Hello everyone, welcome back to my stream. It's high time we proceed with the Skyrim now. The Journal of Relius Ceteris, Volume 19. The Journal of Relius Ceteris, Volume 19. Moving on to Solstheim next, chasing after vague rumors of this Kolbjorn Barrow. My patron seems confident we can find the relics of Ajidal out here. I'm a bit skeptical, but so long as he pays well, I'll dig wherever the older coot likes. Initial prospects look poor, to say the least. I was sure I had my map wrong at first until it became clear that the place had just been lost to the ash. I'll dig out as much as I can, maybe see if I can recruit some of the local residents to help me out. I haven't seen anyone since I got out of Raven Rock, but I keep hearing conversations and whispers around me, so I just need to track them down.
Yes, Sirrah? Just leave me be.
I heard you were starting on an expedition.
Who told you that? Was it Geldis? I told that idiot not to send me anymore. It probably can't hurt to tell you. You look mostly honest. The name's Rollis. Rollis Sedaris, out of Morhold. I've got a financier waiting for me back on the mainland. Sent me here in the interests of obtaining
Yo, Piotr End.
antiquity.
Glad to see you here.
The relics of Arzador. But this whole thing became a disaster right quick, let me tell you.
What happened?
You come out of the Northern Ashlands, you don't expect things to go easy, you know. But this was something outside my particular expertise. When I first got to Kolbjorn, you couldn't even see it. Buried in the ash, like most
Yo,
other
bro, welcome back
things
to my stream.
on this blasted island. Dug out a pile of the stuff taller than me just to find it. Who knows how much to reach the door? Excavating isn't exactly my specialty. Even if it was, the ash storms fill it in faster than you can dig.
Why not hire some of the miners out of Raven Rock?
You think I've got that kind of money? No, I only get paid on delivery. Can't afford to go out of pocket for 1,000 septims on this. Takes money to make money, all that rot. There's a lot of it at the other end, but I can't get there without a little kick to start it off.
So what this treasure you were after?
You ever hear of Azador? He was the first great Nord enchanter, maybe even the first human to master elven methods. His best work was buried with him, though. A set that my patron calls the relics are supposed to be down in his tomb. Now, they're old, and they're powerful. A combination like that makes them pretty valuable to certain people.
A little
And
money to start.
Certain people.
I've got some money. Are you looking for a partner?
What? Are you serious? Well, I think I could make that work. We can sort out the details out of arrangement later. But for now, I'll manage the dig if you can manage the coin. Do you have the gold?
Of course. Oh, 1,000 gold. Ah.
It's all here. Well then, looks like I have a good bit of work to start on. I'll head back to Raven Rock and round up some diggers. Once we've got something worth looking at, I'll send word to you. Pleasure doing business with you, partner. I'll see you soon. Look, this can be a slow business. Digging takes time. Come around later and I'll have something more interesting to show.
Okay, no problem. That was little to start. I'm pretty loaded. Motherfucks. time is it? Oh, it's 4 AM. Splendid. No one out there to help me unload. An orc. And he's hostile. Why is that? She. Looks like it's her.
I was sure. I heard something. Is someone there? Ha! Found you!
No, you didn't.
Die! Damn you. I'll kill you!
2%, baby. That's no longer considered stealing. Nice. That might be far. Let's first go and pilfer some place. Let's go raid a Doom or something like that. We'll have a fort for ourselves right here. Now where is that? It's under the ash, isn't it? I think I heard footsteps. High Point Tower discovered. Oh, it's a tower. Alright. That bread looks like an ash spawn. There has to be some symbolism, yet I can't see it. There. Where did this chap came from? The fuck, he saw me? Really, what the hell? Let's consult with the map. High Point Tower. Oh, that's where the entrance probably is. Ah! Ah! Come on. Is it here? Yes, it's here. Of course. Where else should it be? Yeah. Yes, yes, damn it! Oh. Right, we should glitch into there again. Come on, damn it! Yes, we did it! Freaking did it! And the contents of this chest are light. It's indicated that there's an entrance here. Can you see an entrance? Because I surely can't. It's not under the chest. Hearthstone deposit. damn, look at the speed. Right. We played our little game, now where's the entrance? I think that there's a cave here somewhere. I mean another cave. And of course it shouldn't be showed on the local map. Right, there was this entrance. It's... Wait, it's not an entrance. Alright, that's the entrance. It looks as if it's right in front of me. But I can't see a thing. If we should also unearth this. And this guy has lots of works on him. He's not just our guy, he's our partner, you see. Okay, so it's 6 AM now. Something is going on there. Let's investigate. Rodeo Grove discovered. River Lord.
Here's something.
Yes. Hello, who's there? What? That wasn't a stealth attack. I thought they were onto each other, but they're not. Funny.
Nothing here after.
Nothing here after. Ah! Nordic card armor. Now that's expensive. Let's put on Volson. 7 a.m. Scroll of Hysteria. Alright, so we killed them all. Wait. Where did this came from? Don't care, now it's mine. Oh. I thought someone was coming. Okay, let's go to town. Or should we? There's still some time before all these shops are open. Might as well discover another location and get our ass over encumbered again. What's that? Ramshackle trading post. Oh, a trading post? Is there any representative? Right, nobody's here, so I'll just open all the locks. And put some stuff in my pocket. Why not? I'm just helping myself. Well, that's a shame. It's a trading post with no actual trading post. Only ruins of some building. What was that? That's as if I... Ebony arrow. Nice. Ebony arrows are good. Very good. Right, now we may go to the town. Sell some stuff there. I don't even need to hit my target. What's this place? Oh, that's where all these spiders respawn, I believe.
Got a good thing going here now that you've reopened the mines. Don't let it go to waste. Glover Mallory's the name. If you're looking for a smith, you've found one of the best. Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
You've got all the bone mold armor back in Whiterun and Riften. Might as well sell these parts. Let's see what we can do here. I don't have anything charged. Alright, we'll sell those. Stolen. We have sold some of these to him, probably. Matze.
Bring your weapons and armor to me. I'll fix it up right.
I don't know who sent you here, but you've given us something to build on here. I hope someday we can repay you for your kindness. Ah, so you're an alchemist then.
So, you're an alcoholic. Alchemist, of course. Alchemist. You do it wrong. It's alchemist. Spiced wine.
Careful with those niches. They may look tame, but can seriously hurt you.
It's busier now that things are starting to look up. I guess I might stay a bit longer after all.
To mine East Empire pendants.
You're making my buyer happy. Keep them coming. Take a look. need any supplies, you know where to find me.
If you've got any grubs, check in at Second Counselor.
I don't have enough money to unload me just how I need to be unloaded.
What are you doing that for?
I'm just running and jumping. Okay, so now we may proceed. Or not. I've got an idea. We need to unload, like, radically.
Seeking passage to Windhelm?
I'd like passage back to Skyrim.
My ship's ready to sail, if you've brought enough gold.
Here's the gold.
Get yourself settled then.
Back to Skyrim now. Now we need to reach our home in Whiterun. That's the fastest way to any town. Look at this face. Fire. Come here. It's only 11 AM, which is good. Oh no, we shouldn't go there. Orway. Well... Oh, it doesn't work. So I can't see any discernible pattern. So as far as I remember, the secondary weapon, I mean the weapon at the left hand, influences the attack speed of the right hand, especially when you use something like this shout, but I can also see that the chances for getting rather quick attack speed against normal attack speed are slim. Alright, get over here. No. Why the... Please don't attack me. I don't want to kill you. I actually saved you. Yes, he's friendly. Boy, am I glad that it all ended well. Come on, get into my pocket. Ah, White Run.
Yes? We could always use help picking crops if you need a few extra.
No, I won't sell you any wheat. Wheat is a nice ingredient to brew some healing potions, or some expensive ones. So we're not selling that for the lowest price available. We've got a Khajiit traders here. Let's go to the enchanter first. They're coming along just fine. Alright, first we go to our chest. We unload special weapons, like this champion's cushion. Can't sell that anyway. Stormfang. We got a bunch of skulls. We're collecting them. Yeah, we've got lots of these. The transaction speed is depressing. Okay. So I'm gonna keep one of these, one of that. What's that? Oh, it's alcohol too. We'll keep that one. And that's it. No, it's really like brandy. We'll keep one bottle too. Everything else is for sale.
What do you need, my Thane?
Deadly paralysis potion. First we need to sell all the items aside from potions. As far as I can see, we've got lots of these in this crate. I mean, in this cupboard, yeah. Alright. Try to sell that as well. Whenever it's possible. Whoa, so many items. Special weaponry for your kitchen table.
I've seen bigger houses, but it's yours.
Has the
so
store
I
made
like
any
it.
money?
Of course it has. Would you expect any less of me? Here, this is your half, my love.
400 pieces of gold. Now that was quite interesting. Okay, now we need to sell one of these. Oh yes. I'm confident she'll make a good profit out of this. $29.
Leaving? Take the world by storm, dearest.
Now let's go and perform some enchanting.
Do you get to the Cloud District
We
very
need to
often?
get all this
What can you
nice
say?
blade. I can't recall him having any blade. Perhaps he stole it. Okay, here we go. Only 4 items we can enchant. That's too little. Alright, let's proceed anyways. What, Farengar, you want attention? Alright, Farengar, let's trade.
Divine smile on you, friend. So, you wish to master the arcane arts?
Yes, I wish to master the arcane arts of trading. Perfect. Thank you,
You
Farengar.
know, if you've got the
Azura's wisdom to him.
join the Mages College.
Strange phrase that about joining the Mages College in Winterhold. I wonder if they really put some effort to make the ending for the Dawnguard DLC that I can go back to the Soul Cairn and free Valeric out of there. But they couldn't add only one phrase. I mean, replace one phrase of Farengar.
You're someone who can get things done.
Blades, helmets,
pretty much anything to suit your needs.
Or perhaps they did it. It's only that I can't know it, since I've encountered the bug in the game. Yeah, that's probably the case. It's expensive, I might add.
Don't forget to check inside the shop.
Oh, I'll check inside the War Maidens.
Welcome to War Maidens. Now don't let the name worry you. We got plenty of steel for fighting men. The finest weapons and armor.
Okay, what exactly can I sell him? That's good, that's even better. I hope he's happy that we decided to share with him with the better items. I think we should keep that in our special chest.
Good doing business with you.
Bump into Sigurd.
I trust you're not planning any trouble. What can I do for you, friend?
It's heavy, by the way. The Stalarum helmet. Nice.
You and I, we're the only people in Sky.
Yeah, we're only peoples in Skyrim. Everybody else are just NPCs and simulations.
Something you need, you miserable wretch. Bows and arrows for the mighty huntsman.
So now we're forever miserable wretch. Fine then.
Thank you very much for your help.
My favorite drinking buddy. Let's get
It's
some.
a fine day with you around.
I bet you could slay one of those mean old dragons.
What do you need? Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
I can do anything. I can even, I don't know, steal his favorite toy. Should he be going looking for his mother after that? Or he's braver than that?
Remember, fresh fruit and vegetables every day.
Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Perfect.
You take care of yourself now.
A fine day to you, friend. Take a look. Need anything else? Just let me know.
Take a good look around. You look rather pale. So you're interested in my potions and ingredients?
Nice fork.
Come back anytime if you need a remedy.
Right, 2 traders left.
Take a good look around, you and me. Trinkets, odds and ends, that sort of thing.
Him and I are trinkets. That sort of thing. Right, so far it's a good trade. Perfect trade.
Do come back.
It's good that it didn't jump right at my cursor, or else I could just steal it and get some bounty on me. Probably we have some bounty in Riften, since we didn't have any chance to get there after we completed the Dawnguard DLC.
Got a lot of steel to shape. Gods be praised.
Let's trade then. You want my special knife? Is there any unneeded book here? History of Raven Rock. 2 books. Okay. The X-Man. 5 stars. 5 far stars, excuse me. Right, clam meat, where? Yes. Right then, all the traders are traded with. Now we need to unload and we'll proceed with the Dragonborn DLC.
you and I.
Deadly fear. I think I should have put that potion on our upstairs cupboard, but oh well, it doesn't matter. I don't think we'll enchant any stuff with additional buffing anytime soon. Okay, potion seems to be unloaded. Now for the food. Right now for the books. Wait, my keyboard doesn't work in here. Why am I pressing enter and nothing happens? Strange that. And button works.
Only people in Scotland and worth loving.
Ooh, it works now. I feared for the game reset. I mean,
that's what I think.
Relaunch. Damn it. Where is it? Niche jelly. Well, we could lasso these. I recall that we've already read that. Yeah, it's unloadable. That's for sale even. The X-Man. A surprising way to become proficient with an axe. If all the members of the Morak tongue I've spoken with, none disturbed me as much as Minas Toric. A quiet and reserved man who never drank, never visited a brothel, or even uttered a curse. He was famous for his ability to make people disappear. Once a person was targeted by the Brotherhood and Toric was sent to them, they would simply cease to be. I asked him once what his weapon of choice was and was equally startled by his answer. Everyone likes to use axes, he said in his typical quiet voice. The image of this silent, dour fellow attacking anyone with a weapon as inherently bloody and violent as an axe so frightened and intrigued me that I questioned him about it further. This is an inherently dangerous activity, for assassins are not typical keen to give out their stories. Torek did not mind the questions, though it took some time to get the full story out of him, as naturally shy and reserved as he was. It seemed that Torek had been orphaned at a very young age and sent to live with his uncle, a Saltry's plantation owner in Sheogored in northern Vardenfell. The man promised to show his nephew the business and eventually make him a partner when he was old enough. In the meantime, the boy was put to work at his uncle's house servant. The Greenland life, as the old man was very particular about how things should be done, the boy was first required to give all the floors in the house a thorough scouring from the attic to the cellar. Whenever the floor was not clean to the uncle's satisfaction, which was frequent, Torek was thrashed and forced to begin again. The boy's second duty was to ring the bell that would bring the laborers into the house. This was done at least 4 times a day, once for each meal, but if his uncle had any news or additional instructions for the laborers, which he frequently did, the bell might need to be sounded a dozen times or more. It was a huge iron bell in the tower, and the boy quickly discovered that he had to throw his entire body into the motion of pulling the chain in order to have it sound loud enough to bring everyone in from the field. If he was tired and did not pull the back-reaching chain hard enough, his uncle was soon at his side to beat him until he rang the bell loud and clear. Torek's third task was dusting all the shelves in his uncle's vast library. As deep and old as the shelves were, he was required to work with a long, heavy duster on a rod. The only way that he could reach to the back of the shelves was to hold the duster at his shoulder and then swing it out in a sweeping motion. Again, if the uncle saw any dust left over or felt that the boy was not working as hard as he ought to, the punishment was swift and severe. After several years, Minas Torek grew into a young man, but his job responsibilities were not increased. His uncle promised to teach him the business once Torek had demonstrated his mastery of his servile assignments. Divorced from any knowledge of any work other than his own, Torek never knew how badly in debt his uncle was and how poorly the farm's yield was. In his 18th year, Torek was called into the cellar by his uncle. He thought that he had not done a good enough job scouring the floor down there and was frightened of the beating to come. What he found, however, was his uncle packing his goods into crates. "I'm leaving Morrowind," he explained. "The business has gone sour, so I thought I'd try my luck running a caravan in Skyrim. I understand there's good money to be made trading fake Dwemer artifacts to the Norse and Cyrodiils. I wish I could take you with me, my lad, but there won't be much need for scouring, bell pulling, and dusting where I'm going." "But uncle," said Torek, "I can't read. I knows nothing of the business you promised to teach me. What wills I does on my own." "I'm certain you can find a job in some domestic capacity," shrugged the uncle. "I've done my best with you." Torek had never stood up to his uncle before and felt no anger, only a sort of coldness that gripped his heart. Among his uncle's possessions being packed away was an old heavy iron axe, allegedly of Dwemer manufacture. He picked it up in his hands and was surprised to find that it was not much heavier than his dusting rod. In fact, it felt very comfortable as he pulled it over his shoulder and swung it out as he had done so many times before. In this instance, however, he swung it into his uncle's right arm. The old man screamed with the pain and rage, but for some reason, Torek didn't feel frightened anymore. He propped the axe against his other shoulder and swung it out again. It cut a swath across the old man's chest and he fell to the floor. Torek hesitated before lifting the axe above his head. It was another natural position for him, like he was ringing a bell. Over and over again he swung down as if he was calling the laborers in from the field, except that this time there was no sound except for a wet thump, and no laborers came in from the field. Of course, his uncle had sent them away hours before. After a time, there was nothing left of his uncle that couldn't be washed down the cellar drain. The process of cleaning up came easily to Torek as well. Blood scrubbed up much quicker than the usual grime and sultrous flour that littered the cellar floor. It was well known that Torek's uncle was planning to leave Morrowind, so his disappearance provoked no suspicion. The house and all the belongings were sold to debt collectors, but Torek took the axe. It seemed that his uncle had given some worthwhile business skills after all. Good book, by the way. What else can I take out of my inventory? Nothing else, I guess. I have something heavy in my inventory. If only I knew what it is. Oh, we've got lots of potions right now. Need to unload them as well. Still not enough. We're loaded pretty bad. I can't even establish with what. The only thing that comes in mind are the books. I think I went to the wrong side. By the way, we have totally forgot to trade with the Khajiit traders, but what the fuck. Right, we got 4.3 million pieces of gold. That's a good progress. $1.7 million pieces of gold left. And we have all the budget of the Argonian account lore. I also know of... Damn it, where the hell am I going? That's the wrong way. I know of 4 books we have that we need to turn in as the nice quest items. Doesn't happen often. And there's no stamina left for our sprint. Still, I'm glad that we can run that far in the game with a sprint pushed down. Next time I'm around the options of the game, I should review the shadow quality. By some bug it might be a bit worsened. What was that? Oh, it's a cart. Okay. Let's pull it here. I mean, push it. Yay! Oh, come on. I want to see some interesting action. Come on. Come on, waterfall. I know you can do this. Push the gear. Right, it's stuck in at this rock. I have found 2 mud crabs that can provide me with some charge for the soul gems. Excuse me. There's another one.
I'm on my way to Solitude to join the Legion. The United Empire is better forever.
How does anyone know there was a city of Winterhold? Maik did not see it with his eyes. Did you?
No. What else can you tell me, Maik?
Too much magic can be dangerous. Maik once had 2 spells and burned his sweet roll. What does this mean to combine magic? Magic plus magic is still magic. Maik is tired now. Go bother somebody else.
This water even looks cold.
Ours is to smile at your passing.
Northern maiden.
Seeking passage to Solstein?
Wait, let's measure how much time it needs. First of second seed, 5:51 p.m.
Be at your back. The maiden doesn't move. Get yourself settled then.
If you're looking for passage, talk to Captain.
Right, it takes 4 hours to get here. Alright.
Talk to Captain Galland if you're looking for book passage.
With the Ashbourne threat taken care of, I can give my men the rest they deserve. Well done, friend.
Is it difficult commanding the Redern Guard?
It can be. Even the most experienced warriors can fall prey to petty distractions. They usually didn't amount to much, but they make my job that much harder.
Petty distraction?
Some of my own men have become quite accustomed to a spirit they called Emberbrand wine. Despise the stuff myself. It's powerful and tremendously addicting. I've seen men fail to finish even a single flask. If I knew where they were stashing the bottles, I'd put an end to it myself.
I could track the stage down for you.
You would? That would be helpful. I just don't have time to do it myself right now.
Any idea where I can begin?
They're too smart to have left it in the bulwark. I'd search one of the abandoned houses on the outskirts of town.
How are the things now that the mines are open again?
I've had to muster some more men to protect the mine, but I don't really have a problem with that. Second Councillor Arano is concerned that once word reaches the Reavers that the mine has reopened, they might think about paying us a visit. I say let them try. My men are ready for them.
Who are the Redern Guard?
All of the soldiers in this town are Redern Guard. Some of the best warriors that House Redern has to offer. I've spent quite a few years honing their skills, and I can assure you they're not just your average city guard.
I have such elite soldiers in this island.
To protect Councillor Morvain, of course. He has quite a few friends on the council back in Morrowind, and they wanted to ensure his safety while he was here. Other than that, I'm not at liberty to discuss it.
Okay. What's the unusual armor you're wearing?
All of the
Damn it,
I've
come
spent
on.
Quite a few years to protect. He has quite a. Other than that, I'm not at liberty. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Remember. Ah, this is bone mold armor. Quite impressive, wouldn't you say? It's fashioned from actual bone that's been reinforced with a resin-like material and then shaped to form the armor plating. It might appear brittle, but I'd wager it could stop the blow of a weapon better than iron or steel.
I have a dragon bone blade.
Find me that stash of wine. I'm itching to be rid of it.
Yeah, I can get rid of the wine by drinking it. Right, he told us about the probable stash in the abandoned house at the outskirts of the town. That seems pretty abandoned, by the name of it. Right, nobody saw that, so it didn't happen. Confessions of a Dunmer Skooma Eater. The poisoned book. The first one we read, so we can as well sell it. The 5 stars. So the first clue didn't prove valuable. I just stole some stuff and that's it. Let's see, is that an abandoned house? Severin no. The bulwark. Or bulwark.
What are you gawking at, Outlander?
Corellius house. The bulwark. Let's pay it a visit.
Watch yourself, cat.
What's an echo here? That's the evidence chest. Nice. Yeah, he was right. They're not stupid enough to keep it.
Serve House Redoran or serve no one.
To keep the swine here.
You've committed crimes against the Dunmer people of Solstheim. What say you in your defense?
Any chance I could talk you into overlooking this?
Very well, you're free to go. Next time, you might not be so lucky.
Let's load. I don't like wasting such an opportunity on this guy for only one piece of gold bounty on me.
Serve House Redoran or serve...
So what now?
If you find yourself in the ash wastes, keep your eyes to the ground. Ash spawn like to spring up from nowhere.
If you're looking for passage to Vardenfell, you're out of luck. No ships are heading that way anymore.
Alright, let's see if the jail has anything. Prisoner belonging chest.
Headed east. May want to give the Telmithran a wide berth. I don't like the looks of that place one bit.
Map updated. Telmithran. Alright. Why should we listen to him? We won't. We'll pay a visit to the place. What is this place anyway? This is for prison break. Called Cinder Cave. Now that is something new. I don't think we'll find any illegal alcohol stash here. Alright, these guys are friendly. There should be a book about these guys. There should have been at least one scientist to observe them and explain what's that. Yeah, this leads out of this place, so as far as I can tell. Soul's time. Alright. Before we exit this place, let's search it more thoroughly. And we initially did. Trauma route. I'm almost sure we won't find any wine stash around here. What's in here? Well, that's not so cool. Apothecary satchel. Now that one is locked. Now this still isn't the wine stash I was looking for. It's nice to realize that I'm barely loaded. Greater Soul Gem. Now that's good. Now I think that killing these ash spawn, just like that, was a mistake. We actually should harvest their souls. What a nice night. Abandoned structures at the outskirts of town. Okay. This one there probably is here. Nope. wreck of the Strident Squall discovered.
Oh, just one more bottle. Maybe a second one to get to sleep.
Hail and me, hail and me. 'Tis the only advice. What was that?
Crap, I missed one. Cannot use this while in combat.
Mercy!
That's not how you plead for mercy. Gold. What have we here? Minor Maze. Read that. Mystery of Tulara, read that. There'll be dragons, read that too. But the good stuff. It's really good stuff they have here. Locked chest. And nobody of them has a key. Oh, wait. Pre-moonlight has just followed us. Not just, but 24 minutes ago. So thank you for following me, Pre-moonlight. Welcome to my channel. I hope that you like it here. What else have we here? Ooh, a big chest. Lost the Argonian Maid Folio. Ooh, now that's something. Get Sindri's Folio from the wreck of the Strident Squall. Return the Folio to Sindri Arano on the Raven Rock. The Lost Argonian Maid Folio Edition by Cresius Curio. To the Arano family, when I showed up on your doorstep in Morrowind that day, I expected to be thrown back into the street and cast aside like some sort of vermin. Instead, you offered me into the warmth and safety of your home. For that, I will be eternally grateful. Please accept this rare folio edition of my work as a sign of appreciation for your kindness. Cresius Curio. Act 4, Scene 3 continued. Miss Curtail, certainly not, kind sir. I'm here but to clean your chambers. Cresius Colto, is that all you have come here for, little one? My chambers? Miss Curtail, I have no idea what it is you imply, master. I'm but a poor Argonian maid. Cresius Colto, so you are, my dumpling, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and shapely tail. Yes, for hail, you embarrass me, sir. Cradius Holter, fear not, you are safe here with me. This curtail, I must finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not. Cradius Holter, cleaning, eh? I have something for you. Here, polish my spear. This curtail, but it is huge. It could take me all night. Cradius Holter, plenty of time, my sweet, plenty of time. Act 7, Scene 2 continued. This curtail, my goodness, that's quite a loaf. But however shall it fit my oven? Cradius Holter, this loaf isn't ready for baking, my sweet. It has yet to rise. This curtail, if only we could hurry that along, how would I accomplish such a task? Cradius Holter, oh my foolish little Argonian maid, you must use your hands. This curtail, you wish me to knead that loaf? Here. Cradius Holter, of course. This curtail, but what if the mistress catches me? Your loaf was meant to satisfy her appetite. Cradius Holter, don't fret, my delicate flower. I'll satisfy the mistress' cravings later. This curtail, very well, but I'm afraid my oven isn't hot enough. It could take hours. Cradius Holter, plenty of time, my sweet, plenty of time. End of Act 7, Scene 2. It's just 2 tomes. 2 tomes united in one. Redguard with scimitar. That's what a skeleton. Right, is there anything else to loot here? It's not a very cozy place to stay, but alright. Oh nice. It's Aurora Borealis. With the volcano. Okay, let's proceed to the tower. I wanted to ask if it's possible to find this wine stage here, but no. This place isn't that big. We already searched it. That sound. Huge thumping, what was that? Red guard. Yes, I'm a bastard. I stick this knife in your back, so yeah, probably I'm a bastard. I'm almost over encumbered. Got only 180 inventory units available for anything we encounter. The time is 5 AM. We might even unload. Here's our forces. Hunters.
We have come south to test our worth against the mighty Netch. Will you join us?
A Netch?
The giant air floaters from the Dark Elf lands. Only the brave dare to hunt them. Only the strong survive them. Come, test yourself against the beast with us. We all will share in the glory of the hunt.
Think you'll win the fight?
A warrior expects nothing, and therefore is ready for anything. If our aim and our hearts are true, the Allmaker will grant us strength. If not, today is as good a day to die as any other. Either way, they will sing songs of our bravery around the campfires for many years.
Yeah, sing songs about some group of hunters that failed even to destroy one edge humper and that who died horribly at the hands of an edge. I mean, at the tentacles of an edge. Alright, sounds fun. I'll join your hunt.
Well met, friend. May we all fight or die well.
Oh yes, I'll fight. I'll fight with popcorn.
Come on.
2%, baby.
It was a good hunt. The beast was strong, but we were stronger.
I was stronger.
They will sing stories of this day. They will sing stories of this day. Our victory will bring meat and bones to our people, and glory to our families.
So these unaggressive creatures are my target for a quest. Oh my god. Hello, River Thug.
There you are! Where are you? Can't hide from me! Give me your best.
I'm gonna bleed. Ah, I'm bleeding. Oh my god. Nerdroot.
Can't hide from me. Over here.
More tongue armor. There goes a professional assassin.
Best you can do.
Professional assassin, ladies and gentlemen. So they told us to meet up with the Redern Guard. Oh, that's the Redern Guard. Of course. Good show, boys. Our asses will be over-encumbered with that. Let's try to do something with it. Pauldron armor. Damn, this shit is heavy. Let's bring in the Locket of Senju. No! Right. Might as well unload something and just carry it in front of us. Why do you want to kill me? I've lost my freaking sword. Oh, there it is. Right, it went the other way and doesn't want to fight me. Therefore, we won't fight it. I hope it won't attack us in our back. It's only 7 AM, damn it. Alright, so Spriggans now avoid total conflict with me. They're aggressive, but as soon as they found that I'm stronger than them, they'll just leave. Well, that's a satisfying end for the conflict.
With the Ashspawn threat taken care of, I can give my men the rest they deserve. Well done, friend.
I can't believe you found a way to reopen the mines. I don't know how to thank you. For all I know, I might be the last Imperial left on Solstice.
Finally, he's out. Let's trade. But first I need to replace this locket. Where's my minor haggling? There it is.
You got a good thing going here now that you've reopened the finest weapons and armor.
They had no money.
Bring your weapons and armor to me. I'll fix it up right.
That's a disaster.
I don't know who sent you here, but you've given us some. Destroying the Ashspawn has made it safer to work in. So you're interested? Careful with those matches. Seriously.
Right, we're going to Windhelm. We need to unload.
Seeking passage to Windhelm? I've been sailing the Northern Maiden across the Sea of Ghosts. If you've got the gold, I'm your captain. Get yourself settled then.
What the hell was that?
If you've got the gold, I'm casting off.
I think he takes my money, but doesn't do a thing.
I've been sailing the Northern Maiden across the Sea of Ghosts for nearly 20 years now. Do you have enough coin for the journey? Load up, and we'll get underway.
He's taking our money, but he doesn't provide any service. Motherfuck. GM. I didn't even save the game.
We sail as soon as I'm paid. Load up, and we'll get underway.
Motherfucker. Don't tell me that I must not be over encumbered. I've got one special treat.
Your actions here have been a blessing to us all, Sergio. If you ever need apothecary, if you've got something to sell, I'm willing to buy. Why don't we see what kind of deal we can make? Time you're hungry. Buy. I always have good food for sale.
Alright, now we can run. I hope it's enough for us to gain passage.
We sail as soon as load up, and we'll get underway.
Phew! We made it. We made it outside.
Talk to Captain Galland if you're looking to book passage.
Come on. Shit.
The Nords don't appreciate us. So what?
Glad Orthus was able to find someone competent to help out. I'll take my leave then.
Good to see you again.
Name's Mills. I'm the doctor.
Be careful. May the gods... Blades, helmets, pretty much anything to suit your needs. What armor you need or a new blade? Come see me.
The townsfolk call me captain because I used to be a sailor.
I've got all sorts of interesting things for you to buy, and I assure you they're of the finest quality. Oh, a bit of this and a bit of that.
5,000 pieces of gold, I like it.
winds and calm seas.
Now here's a man. Just what you see here. Good day to you.
There's no glory in war. It's just something they tell soldiers so they'll risk their
A bit
lives.
of this and a bit of that.
Be sure to stop by Sadri's used wares.
Let me know if you see anything. My master can be a... Ah, so you're an alchemist then.
Nice selection, by the way.
I'd better get going. Hey, watch it!
Got some fresh baked bread and good cheese if you're after a bite to eat. Take a look. Enjoy your stay. And don't...
So we really need to unload. That amount of goods is almost embarrassing. These Morag Tongue assassins have light armor. That's good, meaning that we can loot them for lots of times, but still.
The Emperor of Skyrim, dead. The dark times, my friend. Dark times indeed.
Why it's dark times if you're against the Empire?
Don't
The best way for us to win the Node's respect is through...
That old blade can barely cut butter.
here. We haven't finished yet. I wonder who he attacked. Wait, 2% maybe there, right? Damn it. That's not good. He killed a citizen during my fight with him. Potion? I mean, poison? No, I don't. 2% maybe? Can't pick it up. Oh well.
Never would have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. It may be dead now, but where did it come from?
It's really dead then?
Anyway.
Too much magic can be dangerous. Maik once had 2 spells and burned his sweet roll. How does anyone know there was a city of Winterhold? Maik did not see it with his eyes. Did you? What does this mean to combine magic? Magic plus magic is still magic. Maik is tired now. Who bother somebody else?
It's really
He may be dead now, but where did it come from?
Why did they drop their work?
A fine day to you, friend. May you die with a sword in your hands. I run the mills, I'm a busy woman. What is
I have firewood to sell.
honest gold for honest work? All right then.
I'll make more than 1,000 pieces of gold just with one wood chopper axe. Oh, it's only noon. Who's that guy?
Greetings, brother. You look weary.
I'm not.
To relax.
Who might you be? Oh,
Come to chat with an old friend.
Lilith.
You and I, we're the only people in Skyrim worth loving. That's what I think.
Has the store made any money?
Of course it has. Would you expect any less of me? Here, this is your half, my love.
I have no gold. Damn it.
Leaving?
It's because I loaded
Take
the
the world
game.
by storm, dearest.
So I might also suggest that nobody in this town has any money on him. On her, I mean. Also. Might as well read another book. Amongst the Draugr by Bernadette Banty and College Winterhold. It wasn't until my 7th month with the creatures that they seemed to accept me. Well, accept isn't really the proper word, but they seemed to have decided that I posed no threat to them and gradually ceased their attacks. Though more than capable of fending them off, a combination of fire and turning spells are generally sufficient. I admit that I tired of having to be ever vigilant in their presence. I'll never know whether there was some sort of agreement communicated among them, for the only utterances they make seem to be in that heathen tongue that I can't even pronounce, much less transcribe. In time I learned more of their intentions towards me from their general movements and tones rather than specific words. Hostility in any creature is easily read, but in these most peculiar of the living dead, with such variations in gait and speed, what amount to a hostile charge in one may simply be casual movement in another. Their eyes seem to be key to their intent, and I will confess to more than one dream haunted by the glowing pinpoints in the darkness. I had always wondered why the ancient priests of the dragon cult insisted that their followers be buried with them. It seems the height of pagan vanity to drag your conscripts to their death along with you, but as I integrated into their presence, I began to observe the reasons. Every day, a different set of Draugr would awaken, shamble their way to the sarcophagus of their priest, and prostrate themselves before it. Several hours of this, followed by a meticulous cleaning of the area. It would appear that the adherents of the Dragon Priest continue their worship of him and death, which would also explain the ferocity with which they defended his chambers. It took several weeks before I felt comfortable approaching the Dragon Priest's resting place myself, inch by inch, until the snarling Draugrs around me seemed to tire of fending off my timid presence. I was able to set some simple scrying spells around the tomb, that I might get a sense of what magical energies resided there. When the next group of Draugr came to pay homage to the priest, I noted a sort of transferal happening, a distinct flow of life force between the adherents and the master. It was here that I finally understood the dragon cult's notion of resurrection. The second eternal life was only promised to those who ascended to the priesthood, but the lesser functionaries contributed their life force to sustaining them for eternity. I don't know what sort of eternal wellspring they draw from, but it's clear that each Draugr carries only the barest whisper of life in it, and rekindles it nightly while resting in its niche. I now believe that the grotesque forms that we see in the barrows were, in fact, buried fully as men and women, and only over the thousands of years that have passed withered into the wretched things we know. If we had visited the barrow directly after its construction, we might not have even known any of its inhabitants were dead. These discoveries and extrapolations excite me, and my mind aches to return to the barrows. I have only paused here at the college to transcribe these notes and gather further supplies from a more extended stay. My new hope is to learn some rudimentary way of speaking to them, for imagining what they could tell us of the early mists of time is staggering. Let's go and do some enchanting.
It's a fine day with you around. Right through. Take a look.
Yeah, just as I expected.
Fresh fruit and vegetables every day. You're back! Did you give me a present?
Yeah, sure. Yes, I did.
You got me a...
Boy's red tunic. Well, what the hell?
Thanks.
Black soul gem I have on me. think we've got some surplus books. The Guardian of the Traitor. Can't remember that one. Alright, here we go. Now these are Thalmor. One down. Maybe.
can take your stuff. Enough! This ends now!
Now we're encumbered by a half. Damn it, I thought that it was a person. Now get in. Let's pay it a visit. Might unload by an inch, but still, it's unloading, right?
Need a room? Or maybe just some mead? Him? Oh, said he mostly just hangs about. Goes down to the lake.
We're looking for work, getting leads.
Here, take a look at this. Some of the Jarl's men came by and left this bounty letter.
Kill the dragon located at Cheetah Point.
Take a look. Anything you need, just holler.
Boy, am I glad to find these guys right here.
So many refuse to talk to us. They call us thieves and smugglers. I am glad to see that you are not such a one. Take a look.
Right, I might as well make them a discount. Thanks, Sakari.
Your road lead you towards sadness.
They helped me unload almost by 80 units of inventory space. Yeah, Make is still here.
Maik is done.
Fair enough.
Seeking passage to... If you've got the gold, casting off.
Talk to Captain Gowland if you're looking to book passage.
Finally. Strange flora native to Morrowind have sprouted up in the ash that blankets the southern reaches of Solstheim.
If you're looking for passage, talk to Captain Gowland.
Oh, it's 9 PM here.
Councillor Morvain is the only reason Ravenloft has survived.
With the Ashspawn threat taken care of, I can give my men the rest they deserve.
Yeah, the rest they deserve. So they are killed and rest in pieces. And before he can arouse any suspicions towards me, I'll say that it wasn't me. And I'd be saying the truth. Finally, he managed to hit me.
That's it! That's a bet!
It's nothing, it is your damage ratio towards me. My character even manages to regenerate all the low health. What's that he has? Ebony armor. Good. Why should I kill them? They look so nice, just like mammoths. Well, mammoths are actually more cute. But these guys, they're like aliens. Stealth kills are the best in this game. Who's that?
We have come south to test our worth against the mighty Netch. Will you join us?
A Netch?
The giant air floaters from the Dark Elf lands. Only the brave dare to hunt them. Only the strong survive them. Come, test yourself against the beast with us. We all will share in the glory of the hunt.
Think you'll win the fight?
A warrior expects nothing, and therefore is ready for anything. If our aim and our hearts are true, the Allmaker will grant us strength. If not, today is as good a day to die as any other. Either way, they will sing songs of our bravery around the campfires for many years.
Yeah, sounds fun.
Well met, friend. May we all fight or die well.
You won't leave here alive.
It's the last.
Our victory will be meat and bones to our people and glory to our families. The beast was strong.
It was.
But
They will
we
sing
were stronger.
stories of this day.
Well, I'm glad that I managed to keep all the loot. Ashfellow Citadel discovered. Oh, it's not just a fort, it's a citadel. Alright. And might I say that it's poorly guarded. Wait a bit, please. Let's show ourselves in. The place seems deserted. They've got to save here. No. Stop it. Stop it. Quickly. Where were you when the dragon broke? Interesting. Probably we haven't even been born. That was about to happen. Now then, how do you open this? Like that. Jamie, did you take to this?
It's not my time.
If it wasn't her time, she should have been more prepared for everything what's to come. Nice dummy ring. I wonder what that did. Argonian account. Now what? So they're not willing to speak to me, okay.
Careful, Mira. Someone's gonna deal with us. Never should have.
I knew it!
House Lalu will have its revenge.
Some failure is still attacking me.
Didn't even hurt.
Excuse me, but I've been told to kill all the traitors, and you're among them. Okay, so let's turn in the quest. You again. couldn't even properly hurt me. Why even try that?
Well, what happened? Were you able to track down Vendel? Out with it!
He's no longer a threat.
Then, it's finally over. What of the Redoran Guard I sent to assist you?
Slayed by the Morag tongue.
Damn it. I was hoping to protect our people by sending them, not end up with casualties. To think that Vendel would stoop so low as to hire those fetchers. I'm glad you killed him.
I did what had to be done.
Wonderful. Simply wonderful. Councillor Morvain will be quite pleased when he hears about this.
Follow Adriel Arano.
Follow me, and I'll take you to the Councillor so you can speak to him yourself.
Plenty of work in Vermont if you look. You lost?
Excuse me, Councillor Morvain. I have some wonderful news.
Adriel, I haven't seen a smile on your face like that in a long time.
This visitor has single-handedly dealt with a threat that could have ended your life. Vendel, Telesue, and Miri Severin weren't who they appeared to be. I'm afraid they were here to avenge Villa Ulen's death.
Vendel? But he's done so much for Raven Rock. How could this be possible?
They did it to gain our confidence, Councillor. They had us all fooled. I should have been more vigilant. I'm sorry.
Don't say that. It's not your fault, old friend. And you, step forward. What you've done for me, for all of Raven Rock, goes far beyond what I would have expected from a traveler to our town. For this, you have my deepest gratitude.
Thank you, Counselor.
Now, I'm certain Adriel was prepared to reward you appropriately for everything you've done. However, since a bit of coin hardly seems like enough, I've decided to provide something more substantial.
Oh?
Since the Severin family, or whoever they were, turned out to be criminals, their property is now forfeit. As Counselor, I hereby award you Severin Manor, and everything contained within. You've earned your citizenship here, and I hope you'll consider staying with us as a member of our community.
Can't thank you enough for reopening the Ebony Mines. You've brought light to the darkness, my friend. You've succeeded where I've failed by ending the threat to Councillor Morvain's
The mines
life.
are open and the ebony has
shall not
begun to
forget
flow
it.
because of your discovery. My eternal gratitude and blessings go with you, friend.
How are things now that their mines are open again?
With the mines open, Raven Rock has become a significant colony of the Dunmer people again. I've been able to convince my superiors at House Redoran to send me the resources that they've been denying, now that we're deemed more important. Soon, we'll have a steady supply of workers and materials to keep things going for years to come. My doors are open if you wish to discuss matters.
Mendori over at the Iron Farm should be still mixing potions if you're seeking that sort of thing. Head over to the Retching Netch if the ash has your throat parched.
Well, we've got ourselves a new estate property.
Not much contact with others around here. Got the Skull village to the north, but the Nord's there, keep to themselves. Glover Mallory is a wonder with the hammer
He mended my arm.
Do I have any house Carl now? I certainly need one. Alright, our draft container should be located. This, I suppose. That we haven't read yet. There are no containers nearby. Right, we'll use that one. Damn it, what is it that weighs me down? More books? I have my doubts on that. Let's revise them. That is for sale. Wait, so many books I have here. Almost as if I haven't unloaded them. Damn it, what was it I unloaded? Ah, I loaded that one. Right, only one journal to unload. We may proceed. Okay, so it's related to quest. Fine then.
Why? Never seen a Redoran guard before?
Never.
Obey our laws, or suffer the consequences.
That's all you got? No!
Good chicken, by the way. Filthy. Oh.
You've already lost!
Now they're after me. That's not good. Rodolf. Ooh, we have a ship here. I can't load it.
That's your best?
What's that? Where's the Vindicator? 100% maybe.
from that look on your face, I'm guessing you've never seen a Silt Strider before.
No, what is it?
This is Dusty. I personally trained her from Olava. Feels like a lifetime ago now. She hasn't been in traveling condition for quite a while now. I've tried to let her go off on her own, but she insists on staying here.
How do they survive out here?
We get by trading odds and ends with the locals. I've decided to stay here and make sure she passes in peace. It's the least I can do for her. Every once in a while, a local makes it out here, although they usually just want to catch a glimpse of Dusty. Silt Striders are pretty rare now.
Well, Silt Striders.
What would you like to know?
Why are they so rare?
The blast from the volcano wiped most of them out. Found Dusty in a small cave on Vardenfell. Silt Strider cocoons are pretty tough.
What were they used for?
Mostly for transporting goods and people. They were pretty commonplace in Morrowind, but that was ages ago. A Silt Strider carapace is so strong it can withstand the harshest of weather. Even the legendary sandstorms of Vardenfell's Molag Armor region were said to barely make a dent in them. Of course, that's all ash now.
Enough about this.
Alright. Alright then.
To be in the tower assisting
This summoning work. If you must know, I'm trying to get this Ash Guardian spell to work. Now let me concentrate. Besides, shouldn't you be worrying about the damage to the tower?
Master Neloth has tasked Alenia with repairing the tower. Why aren't you doing this in the lab, where it would be safer for all of us?
The lab is too small. Also, I need the ashy soil. Master Neloth knows what I'm doing. No need to bother him about it, though. He's quite busy at the moment.
It's on your head if something goes wrong. Just let me get back inside
Ash
first.
Guardian. Maybe the book has something.
We don't get many visitors. Is there something you need?
What is this place?
Tel Mithrin. It's the home of Master Neloth. You may have heard of him. He's a famous Telvanni wizard.
He lives in a giant mushroom.
In Morrowind, the Telvanni grow buildings from special fungus spores. Master Neloth grew one here to be his home. Don't ask me how.
Are you one of Neloth's apprentices?
No, Talvis is his apprentice. I'm his steward. I manage the day-to-day affairs of Tel Mithrin. Now, if you'll excuse me. There are rumors of dragons on the mainland. I hope they don't show up here.
Who else lives here?
Talvis is Master Neloth's apprentice. If you're interested in spells, he might be willing to sell you some. Alenia is our alchemist. She specializes in mushrooms and other types of fungus. Ulves runs the kitchens. Now, if you'll excuse me.
I don't think you belong here. Does Master Neloth know about you?
Are you practicing a spell?
Yes, I'm trying to summon an Ash Guardian. I'm just having trouble deciphering Master Neloth's handwriting. I don't mean to be rude, but I need to concentrate. Dragons. Master Neloth says they are no match for a Telvanni wizard. But what about a mere apprentice?
What's a Heartstone?
Heartstones are only found on Solstheim, as far as I know. Master Neloth believes they may be fragments from inside Red Mountain that were flung here during the huge eruption 200 years ago.
What is this place?
This is Master Neloth's tower. He's a Telvanni wizard.
Telvanni? What are the Telvanni?
You've never heard of the great houses of Morrowind? House Telvanni is the house of the Master Wizard, one of the ruling houses of Morrowind. Master Neloth is one of the oldest and most respected members of House Telvanni.
Do you work with Neloth?
Not so much with, as for. I am Master Neloth's apprentice. He's teaching me the art of sorcery.
Is Master Neloth a good teacher?
Well, he is a very great wizard. It's a great honor for him to have taken me as his apprentice. To be honest, it's horrible. He's very unpleasant and hardly teaches me anything. Sometimes he uses me in his experiments. Even so, I pick up a lot from just watching him.
Mithrin kitchen. Nobody home. How odd.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, let me know. I might have it stored away. I don't care if he's a master wizard. He can't treat me like this.
Master Neloth, what did he do?
That fetcher told me to fix his house. If I don't, he'll find a new mycologist who will. Decades of loyal service, and he'd just throw me out like yesterday's breakfast.
But you need to fix the tower.
3 taproots soaked in the headwaters of the Harstrad River. I'm an old woman. I can't possibly make that trip. It's way too dangerous. If you get some taproots, I'll pay you to dip them in the headwaters and bring them to me.
Can you tell me about the Harstrad headwaters?
It's special to the Spriggans. They seem to like to gather there. Something about the waters attracts them. There are bound to be some there, so be careful.
Where can I get the taproot?
Where do you think? You have to cut it out of a Spriggan. Although sometimes you can buy them from alchemists.
What do you do for Master Neloth?
I am his mycologist. He may have grown Tel Mithrin by himself, but I nurture it. Mushrooms and fungi are my life's work. When I saw Tel Mithrin, I knew I had to be here. I've learned so much since then.
Do you grow this tower?
Me? No. That's Master Neloth's doing. I wasn't even born then. It's Telvanni magic at its best. He brought the cuttings with him from Morrowind, and used sorcery to grow them.
Did you come here from Morrowind?
Yes. That was a lifetime ago. I was just a young girl when Red Mountain erupted. Master Neloth was already old. My mother put me on a boat to Skyrim. The last time I ever saw her, she was standing on the dock as my ship sailed away.
What do you have for sale?
I probably have some potions around here that might interest you. Azora like your...
The ramp here is too steep, but it's for my taste.
I don't recall inviting you into my tower. I do hope you make this worth my while.
What is this building?
This is a Talvane Tower. It's my citadel, grown from the spores of the giant fungus trees found in Morrowind. Back in the homeland, there are other Telvanni wizards that have them as well.
Telvanni? What are the Telvanni?
The Telvanni are the master wizards of Morrowind. The greatest of us grow magical towers like this one from the mighty fungus trees. Together we form House Telvanni, one of the great houses of Morrowind. The great houses rule what is left of our once proud nation.
As the Archmage of Winterhold, you and I should share our secrets.
Winterhold? That small college that is falling into the Sea of Ghosts? You're the one that recovered the Staff of Magnus. Impressive. Talvis should finish his apprenticeship in a couple of decades. Come see me then. I think I could teach you a trick or two. Have you seen Verona? I'm hungry.
No, I haven't seen Verona.
Well, find her. Tell her I want apple cabbage stew with some canis root tea.
Why don't you just make your own tea?
What? Make my own tea? I am a master wizard of the House Telvanni. Other people make tea for me.
Of course, Master Nels, as you command.
Finally, someone who recognizes my importance around here.
You think someone is out to get you?
I don't know, but I mean to find out. I still have some research to do before I'll know anything for certain.
Can you tell me about Morrowind?
It is the only place where Silt Striders can be found. Although I managed to transplant a few here when I arrived.
Can you tell me about Morrowind?
You are too young to remember the Nerevarine. He defeated Degathur and saved us all from the Blight.
Can you tell me about Morrowind?
Red Mountain dominates the island. Every now and then, ash and debris from an eruption land on our shores.
Can you tell me about Morrowind?
When the city of Vivec was destroyed, it took decades for us to rebuild. We are still but a shadow of our glorious past, but someday we will rise again.
Can you tell me about Morrowind?
The ignorant think it is only a place of ash and lava. It has rolling green plains and swamps and verdant hills, too.
Can you tell me about Morrowind?
There is the big island of Ardenfell and the coastal mainland. House Telvanni has its properties on Vardenfell. I've never been to the mainland myself.
Right, what do you have for sale?
I might have a few staffs, if you're interested in that sort of thing. Where did I put... Oh, yeah. Have you found Verona yet? I could really use some tea. I suppose I could dig up a staff or two for you? that's that then.
You've got to help me. I conjured an Ash Guardian, and now it's running amok.
How did the Ash Guardian get loose?
I am embarrassed to admit that it was my fault. Master Neloth refused to teach me the Ash Guardian spell, so I read his spellbook on my own and learned it. Something went wrong when I cast it. The creature is attacking everything in sight.
How did we destroy it?
I need to keep Master Neloth distracted so he doesn't find out what I did. There is no telling what he would do to me. While you are taking care of the creature, I'll try to figure out what went wrong.
I can destroy it for you.
Thank you. I was hoping you would. Hurry.
What do you think you're doing?
Destroyed the Ash Guardian yet. Master Neloth will kill me, or worse, if he finds out.
I've destroyed the Ash Guardian.
What a relief. Master Neloth surely would have punished me had he found out. I can't pay you, but I could teach you the Ash Guardian spell. Although, maybe that doesn't sound like a good idea to you after this. I do have a staff I could give you instead, if you think the Ash Guardian spell is too risky.
I'd like to learn the Ash Guardian spell.
All right. But remember, don't cast this without a Heartstone. Otherwise, the Guardian will attack everyone, including you.
What's a Heartstone?
Heartstones are only found on Solstheim, as far as I know. Master Neloth believes they may be fragments from inside Red Mountain that were flung here during the huge eruption 200 years ago.
Okay, don't cast Ash Guardian without a Heartstone.
That's right. Don't be like me and have to learn the hard way. Here's the spell tome and a Heartstone so you can try it safely.
What went wrong with the Ash Guardian spell?
No, it turns out that the spell requires a Heartstone to cast properly. I didn't have one with me when I cast it. If you cast the spell without a Heartstone, it attacks anything in sight.
Have you seen Verona?
Not recently. Neloth keeps me very busy with spell research. Ask Alenia. She and Verona seem to be quite friendly.
Have you found Verona yet? I could really use some tea.
Can I help with your research?
I do have a new spell I'm working on. I hope to be able to conjure ash spawn. If I could get a sample of ash from an ash spawn, that would be quite useful. I've made this special tool that will extract... Well, you don't need to know the details. Just go harvest a sample. Of course, the creature will have to be dead first, but I trust that's something you can bring about.
Alright.
Now, where did I... Oh, yeah.
Yes, Master. Although the Grand Soul Gem only has a common soul in it.
Idiot! Those are hard to find. Next time, don't fill it at all if you can't do it properly.
idle mind sleeps. He draws near. He draws near. I am his hands.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll damn that man. He's being totally unreasonable.
You seen Verona?
She left for Raven Rock hours ago. She promised to bring me back some fresh blisterwort. Azora light your steps.
Tell Neloth that Veroni's dead.
You found Verona yet? I could really use some tea.
Veroni's dead.
Dead? Well, that's annoying. How did she die?
Looks like an ash plant attack.
There are more and more of those things showing up around here lately. Oh, I suppose you'll have to find me a new steward. Try Raven Rock. They are in awe of me there. I'm sure almost anyone would be willing to serve me.
What kind of person should I look for?
Excellent question. Once word gets out, there will be a lot of people to choose from. Someone with a brilliant mind and a robust physique that is blindly obedient would be ideal. Oh, and they need to know how to brew tea. Ulf's always waters it down.
I have an ash sample.
Well done. Here are some septums for your troubles. If you come back in a day or two, I should have the spell worked out. You can buy it from Talvis. Don't take too long finding me a steward.
Alright, thank you everyone for watching. I hope that you enjoyed it as much as I did. Yeah, I'll go to sleep too, bro. So, stay tuned for the next episode of The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Wish you good nights with dreams and stay tuned for the next episode. Bye!
He grows ever near to us.